Good morning, Greenfield. Welcome to the Thumb Wars Qualifier. My name is Kenneth, and I have the privilege of being one of your MCs for today's event. So welcome to the Into the Deep season presented by RTX, part of the first dot season presented by Qualcomm. Let's stand. Is this better? There we go. All right. First is a global robotics community preparing young people for the future. First engages students in grades pre-K all the way through 12 in our suite of STEM programs. First LEGO League, first robotics competition, and of course, first Tech Challenge. First Tech Challenge started in 2005, and we've grown to more than 8,000 teams in more than 55 countries. This continues the transformative impact of FIRST programs, and you are all a part of this movement. All of you in this room are helping make this program possible for the next generation of innovators. Thank you. We're going to have a blast today. I can't wait to see how everything turns out for the 18 teams here at this event. They've been working so hard to design and build their robots challenge this season, Into the Deep, presented by RTX. So real quickly, as part of we wanted to take this time to thank some of the people who helped make this event possible. First, we wanted to take a moment to recognize and thank all the parents, coaches, mentors, and volunteers who helped make today's event possible. Let's give them a round of applause. We also ask that all of you today honor the first ethos, gracious professionalism. This means doing your best work and at the same time respecting and valuing the experience of other students, teams, and volunteers here. Because today is where all your hard work comes together. You've been designing, building, and programming your robots, and it all comes to life in this thrilling competition. Good luck today. Now, another very important piece of making this event possible, you'll notice we have a roof over our head. And helping make this possible, it's my pleasure to introduce Faith Bible Church Pastor Zach, who wanted to say a few words.
How's it going, everybody? Whoa, how's it going, everybody? I am Zach. I am our youth pastor here at Faith Bible Church, and I did just want to welcome you to our church and tell you a little bit about it. Our mission is that we want to reach as many people as possible and lead them into a growing relationship with Jesus Christ. And so we do that by doing our best to create environments where people can experience God, where people can experience the grace of God through Jesus Christ. And so the verse that we hold really close, and I'm sure many of you have heard it, is John 3:16, and it says that for God, He so loved the world that He gave His one and only Son, that whosoever, doesn't matter where you've been or what you've done, whosoever believes in Him will not perish, but have eternal life. And so I just want to welcome you, tell you a little bit about our church. If you are looking for a church, by the way, we do meet on Sunday mornings at 10 a.m., and if you're looking for a youth group, we meet on Thursday nights at 6:30 p.m. And so with that, welcome, and I hope you have a great day.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Pastor Zach. Now, another very important group of people are judges. Judges, give us a wave. Stand up over in the orange shirts. Everybody give it up for the judges. These guys have an extremely difficult job. They're singling out the best of the best from today's teams. They've already been busy interviewing teams and reviewing your team information. You'll see them today in the pits. They'll be watching matches and then later deliberating. We look forward to seeing the outcome of everything that they're doing here at our awards ceremony. Next, some other important people here, right? These are hard to operate. So please give a big round of applause for our first technical advisors, FTAs, control system advisors, CSAs, and robot inspectors. Give us a wave. Let's give them a round of applause. These guys know the ins and outs of the robot control system we're using today, and they're critical to keeping the event run smoothly. They ensure robots are running properly on and off the field. Thank you so much. And now finally, you've already met with them some today, our referees. Give it up for our referees led by head referee Max. They have an extremely difficult and visible job here of ensuring that everybody's playing by the rules. As in previous seasons, their rulings are final and there will be no video reviews. Please help us stick to the schedule by respecting their decisions and directing any questions you may have to the question box right behind me, right, where a head referee will address any questions you may have about a match ruling. Thank you so much for everything that you guys are doing here today. Now, before we get started here, let's talk about a word that starts with S and ends with safety. It's safety. Can everybody here point north? Directly behind you guys. Also, notice the emergency exits, big red exit signs above the doors. There's a fire extinguisher over to the left-hand side, right outside the doors as well, right? Keeping us safe is everybody's responsibility. In the course of this event, please help us keep walkways and exits clear. And if you see something unsafe, like a tripping hazard, something spilled, whatever it may be, please rectify the situation. Or if you need to get help, go head on over to Pit Admin. We can get you the help we need. In addition to physical safety, let's also talk about emotional or psychological safety. Every single person at this event, no matter who they are, deserves a safe, nurturing, and fun experience. If something is making you uncomfortable, please find a trusted adult and get the help you need. Additionally, we're all looking for each other at FTC. So if you see someone who looks like they may be struggling, head on over, see if there's anything you can do to help them out. Thank you all so much for making this a safe and enjoyable event for all. Now, before we jump into competition matches, rise, remove any headwear for the singing of our national anthem. Or excuse me, the playing of our national anthem. All right, some technical difficulties there, but if that's the worst thing that happens at the event, this is a fantastically run event. So teams, are you guys ready to dive into the deep? Woo! All right, we're still getting the last couple robots inspected. Looks like 2 more to go, and they are currently underway, but right after that, we'll have the first qualification match today ready to take here at the 2024-2025 Into the Deep Thumb Wars Qualifier. Teams, spectators, parents, anyone, now is a fantastic time, right, as we're getting ready for robot action. Robots make me hungry, and a great way to support and give back to robotics programs that help support and put on this event is heading on over to the concession stand down the hall and to the left. All that's going straight back into robotics programs in the area, and that's a great way to fuel up and get ready for our robot action. I hear they've got coffee and breakfast goodies over there. So head on over there. Now's a great time before we jump into robot action.
Welcome to the first Tech Challenge 2024 to 2025 season game, Into the Deep, presented by RTX. Two alliances of two teams each compete to retrieve and score samples into net zones, low baskets, and high baskets. Human players assemble clips onto samples to create specimens, which can be scored on the low chambers or high chambers. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. Following auto is the 2-minute teleoperated period. The last 30 seconds of teleop is the end game. Robots may continue scoring samples and specimens, but can earn additional points by contacting the low rung, achieving a low-level ascent or high-level ascent, or parking in the observation zone. The alliance that earns the most points wins the match.
Attention, our match schedules have now been released. Team 21385, 9225, 16322, and 18663, please queue on Field 1. For Field 2, 16956, 1829, 4116, 18571, please queue on the field. If you are in Qualification 3 or 4, begin loading into the queuing zone. Thank you.
Teams, again, the qualification schedule has been released. We are gearing up to play qualifications 1 and 2. Over on Field A for qualification 1, we're looking for teams 21-385, team 92-25, team 16-322, and team 18-663. Over on Field B for qualification match 2, we're looking for team 16-956, team 10-829, team 41-16, and team 18-571. We are getting ready to play the first two qualification matches. All right, we're getting ready to kick off our first qualification match here. First, let's meet the teams. Over on the Red Alliance, make some noise for Team 21385, Nuclear Fission. Their partners in red, Team 9225, the Dynamite Social Club. Across from them on blue, Team 16322, Silver Storm. And lastly on the Blue Alliance, Team 18663, Power Surge. We've got thumbs up from the teams, thumbs up from the referees, thumbs up from our scorekeeper. We're going to kick off our qualification matches in 3, 2, 1, go! Autonomous begins, and we see specimens on the upper rung for red, an attempt from blue, courtesy of Power Surge, not quite able to make it. They've still got it, though, when autonomous expires. This first 30 seconds of the match is entirely autonomous. Drivers are not at the controls. This is pre-programmed instructions, and we see Power Surge is not done yet, going back and forth, disrupting some of those preset samples on the field as autonomous comes to a close.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
These 2 minutes have drivers at the helm as we see all 4 robots come to life. Gone Fission has a specimen in their possession, and they're trying to position it on the upper rung to match that one from their partners in autonomous. Let's see, positioned out, and looks like there might be stuck, some coordination issues there on their side. But blue, not to be outdone, they're in their observation zone, trying to grab a specimen from their alliance's driver. Falls on the ground, but they can pick it up in that specimen zone. The robots need to be out of there before the human players can touch anything, though. They've got it in their possession, but meanwhile, Nuclear Fission has put that specimen on their rung. Blue answering back, though, the score 30-3 in favor of your Red Alliance with half the match remaining. Power Surge is going out. They are looking to get another specimen from their human player. They're lined up their partners. Silver Storm looking maybe to play some defense, disrupt some of those samples on the red side of the field. Some connectivity issues potentially from the Dynamite Social Club. We see their robot not moving on the red side of the field. Their partners, though, making up for it in the 2v1 as they have a red specimen in their robot's possession. Blue, though, quickly firing off. That's Power Surge with another note here, and going in for their third, looking to make a comeback here with 30 seconds left in the match. 23-30, Red's lead that they've had is slipping, and now with 3 specimens on there, it's the endgame period, and Blue takes the lead. During this portion of the match, we can see teams attempt to climb on rungs, although it looks like they may be going for those specimens instead, trying to score them in the hoop for the Red Alliance. 15 seconds, and we see Power Surge lining up to climb on that lower rung. They do get points from being in contact with it, unfortunately falling with 5 seconds left. A last second specimen from the Power Surge team as the buzzer expires here in qualification match 1.
Now carrying it over to Field 2 with a brief introduction. My name is Jeffrey, and I will be the game announcer over on Field 2. Following that, on our Red Alliance, we have Team 16956, Roaring Gear. Accompanied with them, team 10-0-8-2-9, Bay Robotics. On the opposing Blue Alliance, we have team 4116, Volta Robotics, with their alliance partners 18571, Robo Wolves. And we have our results from match 1. And it looks like a Blue Alliance win. And it looks like everybody on field 2 is ready. Oh, I lied. Okay. And let's begin our countdown.
At least there's only one of them.
And it looks like everybody is officially ready over on field 2 with our countdown. 3, 2, 1, robot. Team 16956 has successfully entered their park zone with Bay Robotics scoring in the top basket. They officially have 2 samples. Both teams on the Blue Alliance have not started moving yet, but that's okay. Bay Robotics has successfully scored 3 samples in the upper
Drivers,
basket.
pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And with teleop starting, all robots are moving. Bay Robotics going to collect more samples and score them into the top basket. Team 16956 seems to be having some technical difficulties. The Blue Alliance has begun hanging specimens up on the bar, along with David. Blue Alliance has now successfully scored 2 specimens on the bar, with 1 almost making it into the basket. Bay Robotics is filling up that top basket while their alliance members work on joining them. Blue seems to be Yes, okay. Bay Robotics has successfully filled up that top basket, but they seem to go and fill more in. With the Blue Alliance hanging 4 specimens on the bar now, but unfortunately missing 1 and knocking it off. But that's not stopping them grabbing more off the wall. Their alliance partner seems to be stopped. And there seems to be some parts on the field. And it is now endgame. Teams are still playing as one team goes in parks. Looks like they're starting to hang. Team 7-1 has successfully hung on the second level ascent. Meanwhile, the other teams are still scoring samples and specimens. Team 16956 has also begun to park in the lower ascent zone. And that is match. And our scores are in for match 2. It looks like we have a Red Alliance win. Good job, teams. Now passing it over to Field 1.
We are back for qualification match number 3 over on the Red Alliance. Make some noise that's not feedback for Team 25644, Gnome Nerds on a Mission. Their partners in red, Team 6914, Charging Chaos. Across from them on blue, Team the 24589, Third Gear. Team 19453, Knight to C4. All right, thumbs up all around the board. We're going to kick this off. 3, 2, 1, go. Autonomous begins quick, out, down, and back. That is Team Third Gear. Over moving in Autonomous. They're not done yet, though. Red, though. We see that Charging Chaos is charging towards those nets, depositing a neutral specimen into that top net for 8 points. for the Red Alliance. The score is 10-8, a tight match here as Autonomous winds to the final few seconds. We do see that Gnome have gone to their observation area for the Red Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Teleoperated begins. These drivers are at the controls, and we do see Knight to C4 making their move in their net zone. They've got their robots on. They've got their robot positioned to place one of those 8-point samples into that high net. They're going up with that long telescoping arm of theirs with 1:40 seconds left. Meanwhile, Gnome's human player positioning that specimen right at the edge of the observation zone for their Alliance's robot to grab, intaking with that spinning attachment of theirs. Let's see what they can do it while their partners, Charging Chaos, are going back and forth with that net, depositing those neutral samples from the submersible, putting them in for 8 points each. We did see that Third Gear and Knight to C4 have been working for the Blue Alliance 27-32. They've been depositing those specimens on the submersible. We see that Knight to C4 focusing on those while their partners Third Gear focusing on those, Knight to C4 focusing on those neutral specimens to place into the net zone, each taking that objective for themselves. Blue has taken a slight lead, 37-34. With 40 seconds left in this match. Another one going in, courtesy of Knight to C4. But Red has been busy. We do see Gnome has that specimen they were going after, and it is on that Alliance's rung. Falling off, though, could be potential for the Blue to mount this lead here. About 15 points as we're now in the endgame period. Those ascent zones are protected, and contact does mean tech fouls. We do see that the Blue Alliance is looking to make their move. That is Third Gear going up with some hooks of theirs, making contact with that high rung. Now the low rung to score. 8 seconds. Red still going for those specimens. Another one for Blue, trying to make contact with that rung and potentially hang as Autonomous comes to a close for qualification match 3. We have the scores from qualification match 3, taking home the victory. It is going to be the loading Red Alliance, walking away a score of 90-55. You're going to see those two Red Alliance teams in the top 4.
Bringing it back over to field number 2 for qualification match number 4, we have team 22672, Absolute Hack on our Red Alliance. Their alliance partners being 16208. Give them a big applause. Across from them on the Blue Alliance, we have team 12966, Seagull Robotics. With their alliance partners 15382, I Am Not a Robot. And everybody is ready over on field 2, so let's count this match down. 3, 2, 1, go. 3 robots seem to be moving. Red Alliance going to score in the top basket. Same with the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance has parked in their zone, with their partners scoring now 3 total samples. Oh, and they dropped one.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And all robots are off and moving. Team 12966 picking up more samples to score in that top basket, along with their alliance partners following them. The Red Alliance seems to be... What? Okay. Blue Alliance still scoring in that top basket, with the Red Alliance going to pick up their samples to score. Blue seems to be stealing all of the yellows off of the field, as Red is picking up from their scent zone. The Blue Alliance is still scoring in that top basket with a minute left, and they have successfully scored another sample in there. Red Alliance is still working on getting a sample into their top basket. Red seems to be picking up from inside the submersible. Pretty challenging. And Blue is now depositing another sample in that top basket. And there seems to be a waiting line to get into that top basket. Team 12966 successfully scoring another yellow sample, with Team 15382 having some technical difficulties, it seems. 12966 is consistent with that top basket. Team 12966 is going for a second level ascent, as Team 15382 is parked. Both Red Alliances seem to be parked. And our results are in from qualification match number 4. The Blue Alliance seems to be taking home the victory with a 112-13 score. Good job, teams.
We're back for qualification match number 5. Starting off on our Red Alliance, make some noise for Team 16-3-27, Panicking Coconuts. Their partners, Team 19-4-53, Night to C4. It's the Blue Alliance now. Make some noise for Team 41-16, Volta Robotics. Rounding us out, Team 19-9-27, Dukes Robotics. Thumbs up all around the board. We're going to get this thing kicked off in 3, 2, 1, go! Autonomous begins. We see all 3 robots in action, 2 for blue and 1 for red. Both blue and red scoring a specimen on that upper rung there. That's 10 points for each alliance. We see a sample scored for your blue alliance as well into their upper net. That's another 8 points here with 10 seconds. These teams look ready for the teleoperated period. We see that blue is in their observation and net zone. Same thing with your red alliance. Drivers now grabbing
Drivers,
control.
pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Duke Robotics with that tall net attachment used to dump those samples into the net zones, lining up trying to grab some of these preset samples on the field using that excavator attachment. Meanwhile, Panicking Coconuts for red, working with their human player to grab some specimens on the field wall that their human players created. Those specimens are in their robot and now looking to be scored onto that upper rung with success. Volta Robotics for blue, they're currently working the same angle there. They've got their robot on that field wall, pushing up, grabbing that specimen, and now going to deposit it into that upper rung. Some quick work, though, by the Blue Alliance here in this net as well. That's the team Duke Robotics. They're going up with that dumper attachment, going straight up and attempted in to that lower net. Unfortunately, not quite able to do so in this match. Knight to C4. They're also working on those preset samples on the field. Those are those yellow ones. They've got their robot in position to grab some of those and pop them straight into that net zone, similar to how they've already done twice during this match. With 50 seconds left, it is pretty tight. About 16 points separate these teams with 45 seconds. Anything can change. Those specimens are huge, 10 points each. That's just a specimen and a few samples away from tying it up here. As we hit the 30-second mark, you're going to hear that alarm, meaning that those ascent zones now protected. There's kicked-off zones in the field now. Each alliance's colored zone, respectively, is now protected, meaning that any contact with their opponents could result in some major points for that alliance. 15 seconds left, and we see more specimens coming out from both of these teams. 4 for blue at this point and 5 for red. We do see that Panicking Coconuts trying to quickly go up for a hang. Looks like they may potentially be succeeding. We'll have to see. A last-second specimen for blue is going to lead the score 99-75 at the buzzer. Fields are getting reset. Scores are getting tabulated right now in the score system. The animation's playing. Let's see who won qualification match 5. Neutral sample in, loading, coming away with the victory. Your Blue Alliance, 99-81. A great match by both of these teams. Blues walking away with 2 ranking points out of that match.
And bringing it back over to field 2 for qualification match number 6, we have team 15382. I Am Not a Robot on our Red Alliance. They are partnered with team 25644, Gnome, Nerds on a Mission. Across from them on our blue alliance, we have team 10829, Bay Robotics, with their alliance partner 21385, Nuclear Fusion. And everybody is ready, so with that, let's give it a countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. And the blue alliance is off, going to score in their top basket, with team 21385 going to hang it on the bar. The red alliance has tried to score into the top basket, but now they're back picking up some more. Team 15382 is parked, while team 10829 goes for their third sample. Team 21385 seems to be done, with team Nerds on a Mission parking.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And the robots are off, with team Bay Robotics going for it right away, picking up a sample to score. There seems to be a bit of traffic behind the observation zone. Team 15382 has successfully scored in their top basket, while their partners Gnome go to follow. Bay seems to be picking up a sample, with team 21385 trying to pick up a specimen. Bay Robotics utilizing that top basket, as Gnome tries to score, but we're unsuccessful. Bay Robotics once again in that top basket with the yellow samples. Team 15382 seems to be following on the red alliance with that basket, but unfortunately they flipped their basket the wrong way. Team 21385 seems to have a successful specimen hanging on the bar. That is worth 10 points. Gnome going back to that basket to try again, but team 15382 pushing their way in. Bay Robotics picking up more samples to score in that top bin. I wonder how many more they can hold there. Team 21385 seems to be persistent with picking up those specimens to hang on the bar, and that is endgame. Teams still seem to be scoring samples and specimens, but team 21385 is going to hang. Team 15382 seems to also be going for that second level ascent. Bay Robotics still picking samples up to score in their top basket. Gnome being parked as Bay Robotics lifts off the ground. 21385 following them. And that is two robots off the ground. And we have our results from qualification match number 6, and it seems to be a Blue Alliance win. Good job, teams. The final score being 142 with the Blue Alliance. That is our new event high score with 46 points from the Red Alliance.
We're gearing up for qualification number 7 here on this field. Let's meet the teams. Over on red, make some noise for team 16208 Crimson Crusaders. Their partners in red, 18663 Power Surge. On the blue alliance, 16322 Silver Storm. And closing us out here, team 24589 Third Gear. We've got thumbs up all around the board. We're going to kick qualification 7 off in 3, 2, 1, go! 3 of these 4 robots in action right now. For the red alliance, we see an attempted specimen deposit, unfortunately falling into the middle of the submersible. Successful though on blue. We do see Third Gear popping one of those neutral samples into that net zone for 8 points for your blue alliance. Red's not done kicking though. We do see Power Surge surging forward in that net area as Autonomous winds to a close here, trying to pop some more samples into that zone as Autonomous expires.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers are at the controls quickly. We see Third Gear going for some of those neutral specimens. Again, those are the yellow ones. Either alliance can score for their team with a minute 50, trying to grab some of those preset ones. We do see that Crimson Crusaders, though, may be having some more success than them, going for one right against the wall with that arm attachment of theirs and popping it into a scoring area is what they'll try to do. With blue leading 19-14 here, a minute 30 left in this match. This is anyone's game. We do see Silver Storm driving across the field, swerving with those Mechanum wheels, making their robot omnidirectional, going for some of those colored samples, but their partners, Third Gear, popping another neutral one into the net zone in the meantime. That's 8 points per sample, and that's what we see the Red Alliance attempting to do here, with courtesy of Silver Storm over on that close side of the field. Their arm is going to that center zone, going for some of those samples in the middle there, grabbing one that's their alliance's color with 50 seconds left. Blue is starting to mount a lead, 67-28. Red could make it up, though, with some quickly timed specimens. That's going to be 2 there scored for Red right now because of Power Surge, grabbing those from their human player in that observation zone. A third now looking to go on for your Red Alliance. Up and on with that quick robot. 32 seconds left, and we do see both a Red Alliance and Blue Alliance robot in the blue ascent zone. Quickly, that Red Alliance robot moving out of the way as we hear the protection on those zones engage. 20 seconds left. A top net score from Crimson Crusaders as we head into the final seconds here. Potentially a contact for some points in that ascent zone with the low rung. That's going to be Power Surge, or excuse me, Silver Storm in Third Gear on the Blue Alliance. Maybe a hang even from Third Gear as the buzzer expires in qualification match 7. Scores in for that match. Let's see who took away the victory. Animation playing neutral sample into that observation zone, and it's going to be your Blue Alliance walking away with a score of 77 to 52. Blues coming away with the victory and 2 ranking points to boot.
Now that we have received the scores from that match, we can bring it back over to field 2 for qualification match number 8. On the Red Alliance, we have team 18571, Robo Wolves, with their alliance partners, team 16956, Roaring Gear. Across from them on the Blue Alliance, we have team 16327, Panicking Coconuts, with their alliance partners, 12966, Seagull Robotics. And it seems that everybody is ready, so let's count down this match. 3, 2, 1, go. And all 4 of the robots are off. 3 robots have successfully completed their autonomous mission, with team 166 going to score in that top basket. They're scoring their 3rd sample in that top basket, with 1 specimen hanging. Team 18571 has parked successfully, with team 12966 still trying to score some more.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now our robots are off. Team 12966 going for that yellow sample to score in that top net, with team 16327 bringing samples back to their human player. The Red Alliance seems to be attempting to score in that top basket. Same over on the Blue Alliance. Team 16327 is grabbing a specimen off of the wall to hang up on their bar. Both human players and robots can interact in that human player area. And they're going back to grab some more specimens, with team Seagull Robotics going to go and grab out of the submersible to score up in that top net. The Red Alliance seems to also be scoring out of that top. The Red Alliance also going into that submersible to grab theirs. Team Robo Wolves seems to be trying to grab a sample out of that submersible, as the Blue Alliance is also to bring back to their human player area. Team 12966, Seagull Robotics, has successfully scored another sample in that top submersible. Coconuts have successfully grabbed another sample, and they're going to pick up that 3rd. And Seagull Robotics has scored another sample in their top basket. Teams are still trying to grab out of that submersible, but Seagull Robotics seems to be hanging along with their opposing Robo Wolves. Their partners, the Coconuts, are also hanging. That makes for 2 ascents. And that is the match.
Pick them up, guys. You can pick them up.
And we have the results from qualification match number 8, and it seems that it is a Blue Alliance win. Good job, teams. Now passing it back to field 1. The score being 207 to 22. 207 is our new event high score.
Wow, we're verifying setups here for the final for qualification match number 9. Let's go ahead and meet our teams. Starting off on red, make some noise for team 19927, Dukes Robotics. Their partners, team 9225, Dynamite Social Club. On the Blue Alliance, make some noise, team 22672, Absolute Hack. And rounding us out, team 6914, Charging Chaos. All right, we're looking for thumbs up for this next match. Thumbs up from our ref and our scorekeeper. Let's count this down in 3, 2, 1, go. We see 3 of the 4 robots moving, 2 for red and 1 for blue. A sample scored by both alliances into that upper net. That's going to be 8 points for each, and we see Charging Chaos not done yet. They're going for a second here, still in the autonomous period. We do see 9225. That's the Dynamite Social Club. They're parked in their observation zone. In the ascent zone goes Charging Chaos, and we're going to round out the autonomous period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Tele-operated's back. These teams are in control. All 4 robots moving now. Dynamite Social Club going for some of those alliance-specific preset notes on the field. Charging Chaos, though, meanwhile, already in action, going for a 4-point bucket into their Blue Alliance net, successful in that effort. Matching them, though, doing even better, that's going to be Dukes Robotics, another sample into that high net. Another in tow from this team as well. That bucket attachment working wonders in terms of scoring. A third going in for this Red Alliance, who has the lead, 35 to the Blue Alliance's 24. Absolute Hack driving around the field. They've got a sample in tow, Alliance colored samples. They're going up to that mid-level net with it, with that extending arm, backing off, making sure their alignment's perfect, so when they drop it in, it's in there for 4 points for your Blue Alliance. Reds cruising along. We see that the preset sample nets are gone, and the team of Dukes Robotics is back in that center submersible zone, going for those neutral samples. Another one up and in for them. Another 8 points going the way of your Red Alliance, who are now starting to amass a lead. 71 to 28 with 40 seconds left. Blue would need some samples and specimens and climbs to help them out well. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Dynamite Social Club, who's been hard at work. 3 specimens on that Red Alliance rung. 89 to 28 now the score. Ascent zones are protected. We do see that Charging Chaos is on for blue. They're not hanging, but they are in that zone and in contact with that low rung, scoring them points. Their partners looking to do the same for blue. 7 seconds left. Not really, no climbs going for red, who are focusing still on those specimens as the buzzer winds down in qualification match number 9. Scores are in for that match. Taking home the victory in Qualification 9, it's going to be your Red Alliance. A score of 105 to the Blue Alliance's 37 keeps these teams ranked high, 2 ranking points to the Red Alliance.
Now bringing it back over to field 2 for qualification match number 10. On our Red Alliance, we have team 19453, Knight to C4. With their alliance partners 4116, Volta Robotics. Give them a big round of applause. Then over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 21385, Nuclear Fission. Then we have their alliance partners, team 16208, Crimson Crusaders. Give those two a big round of applause. And it seems that everybody is ready, so let's go ahead and count down this match. 3, 2, 1, go. Volta Robotics seems to be scoring that specimen as the Crimson Crusaders go to score in that top basket. With their partners Nuclear Fission also scoring a specimen, Volta is parked. And we have 9 seconds left of that autonomous period before we enter to the teleop period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And the robots are off and moving. Volta Robotics seems to be pushing those samples into their human player zone as their alliance partner goes to score in that upper basket. The Blue Alliance is picking up from their human player zone to go and score on that bar as their partners work to pick up from that floor to score on that top basket. And it seems that they are making their way over to that bar. Where are they going to be successful? And Volta has scored 1 specimen, and Team Nuclear Fission has scored 2 specimens on that bar. Volta is going to score their second. Their partners Knight to C4 seem to be having some troubles, but that's okay because Volta is ahead of their game with these samples. Volta going to score a sample in that top basket as their partners try to get the stuck sample out of their claw. Nuclear Fission seems to be trying to pick up a specimen from that human player zone as their partners are going into that submersible. And the score is 36-31 right now. We're cutting it close, but Volta is going to score in that top basket again as team. There seem to be 2 robots stopped, but that's okay because the Crimson Crusaders are going to hang on that second level ascent. Volta's still working on scoring in that basket. Volta picking up yet again another sample to score in that basket. And we have 10 seconds left. They're cutting it close. They dropped their sample they made into that second basket, and they are touching that bar for that scent. This is going to be a close match. And the refs have submitted their final scores And it looks like we have a Red Alliance win. Congratulations, teams. The final score being 72-36. Passing it back over to field 1.
We're back for qualification number 11 on the Red Alliance. Starting us off, team 16208, Crimson Crusaders. Nope, I'm wrong. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's actually team 18663, Power Surge. Their partners in red, team 22672, Absolute Hack. On the Blue Alliance, make some noise for team 25644, Gnome Nerds on a Mission. And rounding us out on blue, we've got team 16956, Roaring Gears. All we need to start this match is a thumbs up from our referees. We've got the thumbs up. We're going to kick this match off in 3, 2, 1, go. We see 2 robots, 1 from each alliance, moving here in the autonomous period. A neutral sample up, but unfortunately falling out for blue. That's the Gnome Nerds on a Mission. Meanwhile, on red, making it work is Power Surge. They've got some samples of their own. They're looking to push towards their human player to pop those clips on and make specimens here once autonomous expires. Gnome able to get a park here in the last couple seconds of autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We see some signaling from the head ref. That's them notifying. It looks like Gnome had a sample stuck, easily able to pop it out as all 4 robots coming to life here. We do see that the Absolute Hack going up for a 4-point note for the Red Alliance. That's that middle basket there in their net zone. They are looking to try to grab those neutral samples. Those yellow ones can be scored by either alliance, and there's 6 of them preset on the field at the start of the match. A minute 30 remaining. While they're focused on the net, their partners, Power Surge, are focused on those specimens. Human player hanging them on the alliance wall and grabbing them, resetting them, able to get their robot to align up there for them to be hung on those submersible rungs. A team we haven't talked about a lot in this match, that's going to be Roaring Gears. In blue, we see them on the close side going for those nets for blue, those yellow samples, their objective in this match. As we see them now switching gears, going for one of those Blue Alliance-specific specimens. All the specimens are the same amount of points. It's about where you score them here with 40 seconds left in the match. Red does have it as an advantage, but it's not an insurmountable one. Just 14 points separating these teams as we're about to hit the end game period. We do see the Absolute Hack has now moved their objective towards those samples in the center of the submersible. As their partners, they grab their second specimen, hanging it on that upper rung for 10 points, extending their lead here. Blue now looking to make a comeback with 15 seconds left. Another specimen coming out from the Red Alliance here. Gnome for blue, looking to make a park for your Blue Alliance here as time expires. 1 park for each alliance as the buzzer closes on qualification number 11. Wars are in for Qualification 11. Animation playing robot heading over to that observation zone, and it's going to be a Red Alliance victory. 49-28, 2 ranking points headed the way of those Red Alliance teams.
And we are back on the second field for qualification match number 12. We have team 9225 Dynamite Social Club on our Blue Alliance with their partners 15382. I am not a robot. Give them a big round of applause. Over on the Red Alliance, we have team 18571 Robo Wolves with their alliance partners 24589 Third Gear. Give both of them a big round of applause. We are still waiting for some of the teams to get ready. And it seems that everybody is ready, so let's go ahead and count down this match. 3, 2, 1, go. Third Gear is on the move along with the opposing alliance, Dynamite Social Club. Dynamite is grabbing samples off of the floor and putting them into that high basket. As Third Gear pushes into that human player zone to prepare for the teleop period, Dynamite Social Club still scoring in that top basket. Third Gear is now parked, and we are entering our teleop zone.
Pick up your controllers.
There are currently 2 specimens
3,
hanging on
2,
that bar.
1.
And all of the robots are off and moving. Robo Wolves seems to be going into that top basket again as their opposing alliance, I Am Not a Robot, also goes for that top basket. Dynamite Social Club is picking up from their human player zone as they deposit some samples for their human player to turn into specimens. Third Gear is trying to hang on that third bar, hang their specimen as their alliance partners are going to score in that top basket. They have 1 in that top basket. Both teams seem to have 2 on their bar, but Dynamite Social Club is changing that, placing a third on that bar, and their teammate going to score in that high basket. Third Gear just missed hanging their third specimen, but that's okay. They can always try again. Robo Wolves seems to be trying to score in that high basket, and they are successful. That makes 3 in there. Meanwhile, I Am Not a Robot is picking up from the submersible. Both Red Alliance teams are picking up from that submersible. Dynamite Social Club is bringing more blues to their human player to make specimens. The human player is allowed to move the specimen while it is on the wall, and that is the end game sound. Teams are still trying to score, it looks like, but it looks like Robo Wolves is trying to make contact with that second bar. Dynamite Social Club has 5 specimens hanging. Both Red Alliance teams are going to hang. Dynamite Social Club is still trying to get 1 more, and that is with 3 seconds left. I Am Not a Robot seems to be parked, but Dynamite Social Club didn't make it back in time. And it looks like this match is going to be a close call. Let's see who will take home the victory. And it looks like the Blue Alliance will take home the victory. Good job, teams. The final score was 137 from the Blue Alliance to 95 on the Red Alliance. Let's kick it back over to Field 1 now.
We are schmoving and grooving over here, so let's meet the teams for qualification match 13. Starting off on the Red Alliance, make some noise for team 16-322, Silver Storm. Their partners, team 10-829, Bay Robotics. Across from them on blue, team 19-927, Dukes Robotics. And rounding us out, flying on in, it's team 12-966, Seagull Robotics. We've got thumbs up all around the board. Let's kick this thing off. 3, 2, 1, go! Autonomous begins. It looks like a preloaded sample going into that upper net from Seagull, trying to grab another, not quite able to do so. Red matching them with one neutral in that upper net, with still most of Autonomous remaining, going for their second, bounces out, unfortunately getting caught on that upper net. Some more attempts, maybe a little misalignment there from Seagull, going to mean that these next couple attempts as Autonomous closes out, not quite as successful as they want, but we do see a last-minute sample and all 4 robots.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Tele-operated begins. Drivers are in control. A neutral sample being passed to their teammate. That's Seagull Robotics getting it from Duke. Over on red, we see similar objectives. Bay Robotics popping some more samples into that upper net, while their partners, Silver Storm, go for potentially some specimens in the middle of the field with that arm attachment of theirs, trying to interact with their human player, grab some of those Alliance-specific samples on that side of the field. Seagull Robotics making quick work of these neutral and Alliance-specific samples, popping at least 5 now into that upper net for blue, putting their score ahead at 67-40. Trying to match them, though, that's going to be Bay Robotics and Silver Storm tag teaming that upper net for your Red Alliance. Again, more of those, a high-scoring back and forth between these two teams, seeing who can match each other. This field is nearly bereft of samples, meaning that the Blue Alliance is now going to have to head on over to that middle submersible zone with 91 points and a minute left in this match. They do have a lead, but Red is making short work of it. We do see a bit of a scuffle between Bay Robotics and Seagull, both going for that net. Neither alliance at the moment going for some of those 10-point specimens on those rungs. Both, though, forced to go for those center samples now that the field is empty. Blue has crossed the 100-point threshold, but Red is keeping up as we hit our 30-second endgame activation point. We see more samples coming out from Red, but now these ascent zones are protected. Some well-timed climbs could swing the score back and forth in either direction, as we see Seagull continuing to go for those samples in the upper net. Their partner quickly following in behind them. That's going to be Duke's Robotics. One robot from each alliance with 7 seconds. Going for those hangs, we see potentially one from Bay Robotics, but definitely some parks here as qualification 13 comes to a close. Scores are in. These teams, both alliances nearly maxing out the space in those upper nets, but eventually the Blue Alliance walking away with the victory. 133 to Red's 88. We see both of those Blue Alliance teams now in top 2 picking position.
Now that we have the results from qualification match number 13, let's go ahead and move over to 14. On the field, on our Red Alliance, we have team 16327 Panicking Coconuts with their alliance partners 15382. Go ahead and give both of them a big round of applause. On the opposing alliance, we have team 6914 Charging Chaos with their alliance partners 18663 Power Surge. Go ahead and give both of them a big round of applause. And we are waiting on them to be ready. And it seems that everybody is ready, so it is time to dive deep into this match. Let's go ahead and count it down. 3, 2, 1, go. And it seems that the Blue Alliance is off with Power Surge trying to score a specimen and Charging Chaos trying to score in that top net, and they were successful. They attempted to pick up a second sample. And Charging Chaos has currently parked with their alliance partners trying to push the samples into the human player zone, and that is
Drivers,
time for the
pick up your controllers.
autonomous.
3, 2, 1.
And the robots are off and moving. Charging Chaos going right away to grab that sample on the floor with their alliance partners going to grab a specimen to hang. And they are moving quite fast. Power Surge has scored their first specimen on the bar. Meanwhile, if we hop over to the Red Alliance, I Am Not a Robot is trying to score in that top net. It looks like they're having some difficulties picking up those samples. But back over on the blue side, Charging Chaos has scored their third sample in that basket. Meanwhile, their partners, Power Surge, are currently attempting to pick up a specimen off of the wall to hang on that bar. And they dropped that specimen that they picked up, but Charging Chaos has successfully dropped another into the basket. But if we look over on the Red Alliance, team 15382, I Am Not a Robot, has also scored in that top basket, while their alliance partners, Panicking Coconuts, are working on getting that bar filled up. They currently have 4 specimens on that bar. Power Surge has successfully scored their second specimen. Their human player seems to be lining the specimens up as they go to grab them. Charging Chaos is trying to pick up from the submersible, and there was a collision. And Power Surge is back hanging, but so is Panicking Coconuts. They now have 5 hanging as they pick up from that submersible. Both alliances are picking up from that submersible. And it looks like Power Surge is back to that bar working on their 4th. But can they outnumber the 6 with Coconuts? And two on each alliance are parked. And that is the end of qualification match number 14.
One thing that might help with
Don't post the score. Cut it. And now we have our final scores coming in, and it looks like it will be a Red Alliance win, with the final score being 100 on the Red Alliance to 76 on the Blue Alliance. Good job, teams.
We're getting ready for qualification number 15 over here on this field. Let's meet the teams. Starting off, team 24-589, third gear. And make some noise for their partners as well. Team 21-385, nuclear fission. On the opposite side, that's the Blue Alliance, starting with team 16-956, roaring gears. They're back on this field. It's team 19-927, Dukes Robotics. We've got thumbs up all around the board. Let's kick this off in 3, 2, 1, go. 2 robots for each alliance out here. We see a dump of sample here from, that's going to be team number 19-927, Dukes Robotics for blue. Meanwhile, on the red side, a similar strategy coming out of third gear, putting one of those neutral notes into that net zone. Their partners also moving, but not quite able to score that specimen as they'd hoped, as Autonomous winds down here in the
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers are moving, and we see that Gone Fishing trying to grab that sample they tried to score in Autonomous and score it here in teleoperated, positioning that arm precisely manually now, going for that upper rung. Those are 10 points apiece hung on those Alliance-colored rungs with 1:42 left. We also see Dukes Robotics for your Blue Alliance with one of those blue samples in their possession, going up, up, up with that arm, going for that top basket for 8 points. In near synchronization, we do see that third gear beats them to it for your Red Alliance, and that's currently putting them up 42-16 in this match. About half the match remaining. That attempt from Roaring Gears not quite as successful as they were able to think, but their partners are coming into place themselves. They've got that large dump truck attachment going up on that telescoping arm, and that sample is in for 8 points for blue. Their score jumping up to 24. Reds already at 50. See that they're kind of trading off. That's going to be gone. That's going to be nuclear fission going for those specimens, working with their human player to coordinate the assembly of those, while their partners, third gear, are going for those specimens in the middle of the field and popping them into their upper net. Another upper net score from Dukes Robotics. Their partners, Roaring Gears, maybe trying to coordinate some play with their human player as we see the end game beginning and those ascent zones protecting. Red comfortable with where they're at, a 20-point lead, but it's not a lot. That could change. That's just a couple specimens away. They're looking to try to secure something with maybe a park at the end here in that ascent zone. Roaring Gears, going up with another net zone and now trying to do a last-second hang on that second rung, making contact with that lower level. Same thing on the Red Alliance as the buzzer expires. Are in for qualification number 15. Animation playing, it was coming down to those hangs, but we're going to see the walking away with the ranking point victory is the Red Alliance. With a tight score, just 6 points, 60 to 54, Red Alliance walking away with those 2 ranking points, both of those robots moving into it.
And let's meet our teams for qualification match number 16. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 22672, Absolute Hack, with their alliance partners, Team 16322, Silver Storm. Across from them on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 18571, Robo Wolves, with their alliance partners being Team 19453, Knight to C4. Let's go ahead and give all of these teams a big round of applause. And it seems that everybody is ready, so let's go ahead and kick off this match in 3, 2, 1, go. And we have 2 robots moving. Robo Wolves has successfully parked as Silver Storm attempts to hang a specimen, but they unfortunately drop it. And all robots are now done with 14 seconds left of the autonomous period. And we're about to enter into our teleop period.
3, 2,
where drivers will have full control over their robots and what their robots do. And it looks like we have 3 robots off to the move right now, working on getting number 4. Knight to C4 is scoring into that lower basket as their alliance partners are going over to that submersible zone. Knight to C4 is picking up those samples from the floor, and they're trying their hardest, but it looks like it's giving them some issues. Their alliance partners, Robo Wolves, are trying to push specimens into the submersible, it looked like. And we now have... And now over on the Red Alliance, we have Absolute Hack going to grab samples from that submersible. Let's see what they'll do with them. Going back, Knight to C4 is still working on getting those samples up from the floor to score in that basket. And it looks like they have been quite successful so far. And that's another one for Knight to C4. Good job, teams. Absolute Hack has gotten that sample out of the submersible now. And Silver Storm is now functioning. It looks like they are attempting to grab a specimen from their human player zone, and that is endgame already. Let's see what teams start doing now. Knight to C4 still going, but it looks like Robo Wolves is going to hang. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, Absolute Hack is still working on those baskets. Meanwhile, their alliance partners have that specimen in their claw. Absolute Hack looks like they're going to park. On the Blue Alliance, we have 1 robot hanging and 1 parked. On the Red Alliance, we only unfortunately had 1 parked. Good job, teams. And it looks like we have retrieved our final scores from qualification match number 16. And it looks like we have a Blue Alliance win. The Blue Alliance has scored 67 points. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance has scored 9 points. Good job, teams.
Fantastic. We are back on this field for qualification match 17. Starting us off on the Red Alliance. Make some noise for team 16208 Crimson Crusaders. Their partners, team 10829 Bay Robotics. Over on blue, team 16327 Panicking Coconuts. And rounding us out is team 9225 Dynamite Social Club. Thumbs up from our referee and scorekeeper. We're going to kick this off in 3, 2, 1, go! 2 blue robots off in autonomous, none for red right now. And we see a sample coming out from Dynamite Social Club. The Panicking Coconuts, their sample on the ground unfortunately missed. Dynamite not done with a neutral sample going into their upper net. Looking for a second one here, up and dropping it in for your Blue Alliance. And they look like they're happy with their score, going up 26-0 as autonomous comes to a close.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
These teams are off. They are ready to boom, boom, pow, score some points as we see Dynamite Social Club going into those center zone for those samples. Let's see if they decide to keep going for this upper net or turn them into specimens. Their partners going to be Panicking Coconuts, trying to steal some of their opposite alliances, neutral samples to kind of get them closer and aid their scoring. These robots coming to life though, and that's Crimson Robotics for red. They're working with those 10-point specimens on their Alliance Station wall. The human player aligning them up, unfortunately missing, but able to quickly grab it, reset it, and they are back in action for red, who currently are not on the board, but blue 71-0. A minute and a half left in this match. We're not seeing much movement out of Bay Robotics, potentially some communication errors there as they're looking for work and what they're seeing. Meanwhile, Dynamite Social Club for blue still at work on that upper net. A sample getting stuck in their robot, though. That could be detrimental. Teams can only possess one sample at a time. And so a sample being stuck could mean they're done scoring for this match. Trying to work it out as their partners, Panicking Coconuts, never fear, they're coming in with a sample of their own, looking to pass it to their partner. For red, we're still looking to get on the board, and Crimson Robotics is looking to do that. Trying to grab some of those samples from the middle as we hit the end game portion of this match. Blue is about to crest 80 points as that protection goes on. We see more sample action from Dynamite Social Club and Panicking Coconuts. Crimson Robotics trying to grab one of their alliances. Note 80 points with 15 seconds left. Red is going to need some hangs here to make it close in this match. But beating them to the punch, it's Panicking Coconuts trying to line up with those hooks to get on here in the last 4 seconds. To do potentially just make contact as the buzzer sounds in qualification number 17. Scores locked and loaded for that match. We see the animation play, that sample gathered, analyzing that sample. It's going to be your Blue Alliance walking away with the victory. 98-3, Red able to get some points on the board there in the last couple seconds. Both of those blue teams notably moving into top 4 positions.
And now let's travel on over to Field 2 for qualification match number 18. On our red alliance, we have Team 6914 Charging Chaos with their alliance partners 12966 Seagull Robotics. Give both of them a big round of applause. Across from them on the blue alliance, we have Team 4116 Volta Robotics with their alliance partners 25644 Gnome Nerds on a Mission. Give both of them a big round of applause. And it seems that all of the teams are ready. We're just waiting on refs. And now everybody is ready, so let's go ahead and count this match down. 3, 2, 1, go! And we have 3 robots off. Seagull Robotics scoring in that top basket and going to pick up their second sample. Meanwhile, Gnome tries to score in that top basket, but unfortunately they dropped it. Going for a second sample, while Volta is parked with their Seagull Robotics going for that third sample to score, making it a total of 4. Gnome has touched the bar. And that's the end of the
pick up your controllers.
Let's enter into our teleop
3,
period.
2, 1.
And 4 robots are off. Gnome going straight for those samples. Same with Charging Chaos. Seagull Robotics going to score yet again another sample in there. Meanwhile, Volta is attempting to push the samples to their human player zone. Gnome going to score in that basket again. And will they do it? Seagull Robotics picking up from that submersible. Gnome is now going to score. It looks like they're cutting it close. And they made their sample in. Meanwhile, over on the other side, both teams have been working tirelessly to fill up that top basket, and it looks like they're getting close. Seagull Robotics dropping their sample, but picking it back up quickly. Volta looks like they might be having some issues, but Gnome is over to help them. Gnome picking up a sample from that Volta was stuck on. And now there's a line over by the red basket. Charging Chaos moving out of the way after scoring a sample so that Seagull Robotics can score their sample now. Charging Chaos going to score yet again another sample. Same with Seagull Robotics. Gnome is working on scoring a blue sample as Volta is doing happy circles because of how well they are doing. How well Nerds on a Mission is doing. Sorry, that wasn't meant to be mean. Seagull Robotics is going to, unfortunately they dropped their sample. Gnome is parking and touching that second bar. Meanwhile, Charging Chaos is going over to hang. Unfortunately, they did not hang, but they are still touching that bar. That is still a good amount of points. Meanwhile, Seagull Robotics is going to hang with 10 seconds left. And they have successfully lifted their wheels off of the ground. Oh, it looks like they're going back down, though. And that is time. And it looks like we have our final scores in. And let's see who won this match. It looks like it is a Red Alliance win with the final score being 144 from Charging Chaos and Seagull Robotics to a 45 on the blue side from Gnome and Volta.
back on this field for qualification 19. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, make some noise for team 16-3-22, Silver Storm. Their partners in red, team 19-9-27, Dukes Robotics. On blue, team 16-9-56, Roaring Gears. And rounding us out, it's team 15-3-82, I'm Not a Robot. Thumbs up all around the board. So we're going to get this started. 3, 2, 1, go. We see 2 robots in action, 3 now for red, 1 for blue, moving into that's I'm Not a Robot, moving into that observer zone. Meanwhile, on red, we do see Duke's Robot with that dump truck attachment popping one of those samples into that net zone for 8 points. We do see that the Silver Storm looking to try to get to that observer zone, but not quite able to. All these teams continue with their autonomous performance. They're just going to let the clock tick down here as the teleop buzzer sounds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Roaring Gears quickly off, roaring to life there. They've got one of those neutral samples, popping it into their net zone, and looks like they make way. Some teamwork coming out from I'm Not a Robot. Well, it sure does look like one, scoring into that top net zone for blue for 8 points. It's back and forth, 13-16, just 3 points separating these teams. Looks like that red wants to make it 11 with that 8-point score from Duke's Robotics. Silver Storm currently having some trouble aligning their robot, maybe some connectivity issues, as it's lined up with a specimen in that observer zone. Now coming back down into the action, they're going to try to put that specimen on the upper rung for 10 points. Half of this match elapsed, and the red still has the lead, but it's not by much. By less than 1 sample, red has the lead. Blue could take this back with I'm Not a Robot specimen right here potentially. Going on the low rung, that wouldn't take the lead right now, but it would certainly be well on their way to doing that with a neutral sample going in their way. Roaring Gears, in the middle of the field. There may be lined up some potential endgame plans as we see them parked in the ascent zone for their alliance with 40 seconds already. We'll have to get back to what they're cooking up, because meanwhile, we see Duke's Robotics going now for those central samples, one grabbing a neutral one, looking to pop it into that upper net for your Red Alliance to extend the lead, now up by 9 points as we see endgame protection going for those ascent zones. Those are those marked hexagonal sides on each of the fields. 15 seconds left. Teams now need to be getting into position if they want to hang, and we do see that from Duke's Robotics. They're in that middle making contact with that low rung. A last second specimen coming out from I'm Not a Robot. As buzzer expires, they head over to their observer zone. Scores locked and loaded for that match. Let's see who took home the victory in qualification match 19. The samples analyzed, and that analysis says the Red Alliance is walking away with those ranking points. A tight score, just 7 points, 33-26. We do see that Duke's Robotics with that win has moved up into that second ranked position.
And now stepping into the second field for qualification match number 20, we have our Red Alliance, which is comprised of Team 12966, Seagull Robotics, and their alliance partner 4116, Volta Robotics. Across from them on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 24589, Third Gear. Their alliance partner is Team 9225, Dynamite Social Club. And we are still waiting on some teams to be ready here. And it seems that everybody is ready on field 2 for qualification match number 20. So let's go ahead and get started. In 3, 2, 1, go. And it seems that all robots are off on the move. Third Gear has successfully hung a specimen on the bar, and they're going to push their samples into the human player wing. Seagull Robotics is trying to pick up off the floor and score in that top basket. Meanwhile, Volta is parked. Dynamite Social Club has 2 samples in that top basket, and it looks like they are done for now, but that's okay. Third Gear has successfully parked Seagull Robotics, still trying to get them in.
Drivers,
and that is the end of our autonomous period, and it's time to step into the teleop period.
1.
And all robots are off on the move. Dynamite Social Club going straight away for that fallen specimen. Meanwhile, Volta is trying to pick up off the floor. Seagull Robotics is back at that basket trying to cycle in there, and Dynamite Social Club is trying to hang up some specimens on that bar. It looks like they have 1 extra specimen, and Seagull Robotics has successfully gotten another sample in that box. It looks like Third Gear over here is trying to pick up off of the floor. Meanwhile, Volta is hanging their second specimen on that bar. Seagull Robotics has gone into the deep with that submersible, trying to pick up some samples out of there to score in that top bucket, which they did successfully. And it looks like Volta might be trying to go and get some more samples. Meanwhile, across from them, Dynamite Social Club is hanging up their 3rd specimen on that bar. Meanwhile, their alliance partner is following behind them, Third Gear. Dynamite Social Club going to hang their 4th. It's almost equal now that Volta has 3 hung up. Seagull Robotics is filling up that basket to its rims. Let's see how much more they can fit in there. Dynamite Social Club is going to pick up a specimen off of that wall. Human players can move specimens while the robot is in there, and they have successfully placed it on there, sending one into a spinning loop. They have 5 specimens in there. And it looks like Third Gear is going to hang. Meanwhile, Seagull Robotics is still cycling into that bucket. Volta has tried to hang up another one, but were unfortunately unsuccessful. It looks like they're going to park. Seagull Robotics is also parking. Meanwhile, Dynamite Social Club has also parked in their human player zone. And that is match. And the scores are in from qualification match number 20. Let's see the results here. And it looks like it is a Red Alliance win. Congratulations, teams. The final score was close, with the Red Alliance having 118 points and the Blue Alliance having 108 points. Good job to both of the teams.
While these teams are getting set up, let's meet them. Qualification match 21 on your Red Alliance. Make some noise for team 18663 Power Surge. Their partners, team 10829 Bay Robotics. Across from them on the Blue Alliance, we have team 19453 Night to C4. And rounding us out here, team 22672 Absolute Hack. We're about ready to rock and roll here. Thumbs up all around the board. 3, 2, 1, go! Two robots for Red are moving different objectives. One, that's going to be Bay Robotics going up and in with an 8-point neutral sample. Their partners, Power Surge, trying to go for that specimen, not quite the success they were hoping for. Their partner making up the delta, though, with the second specimen here in Autonomous. Looking for their third even. Let's see what they can do here with a few seconds left in the Autonomous period. A third sample up and in. That's 24 points for
Drivers,
the Red
pick
Alliance.
up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Teams are moving again. Blue now, their drivers at the controls, and they are already off to the races. That long arm slowly but surely extending for Knight to C4. Up and in, that's 8 points, putting them on the board. Red still taking an advantage, though, 69-8. Blue has some makeup work to do with those long arms. Both of these teams going for that same objective of those upper nets. A miss from the Absolute Hack, but their partners coming in right behind with another 8 points for Blue, trying to make up this scoring that Red is doing. That's going to be, you're going to see Team Power Surge trying again for those specimens. That Autonomous one missed, but another and now a second going up for them. They're lining up against the wall for consistency, while their partners, Bay Robotics, are in that middle zone in the submersible, trying to go for those specimens, grab those to score those in that upper net. 8 points apiece. 8 points, though, going the way of Knight to C4. That's another sample up and in that net zone. With 50 seconds left, Blue is starting to mount a comeback as Red's score stays static. We see those blue samples in the middle of the field. Easy grabs for Absolute Hack as they try to go for it. They've got it in their robot's possession. Their partner a neutral node as well, and they're both lining up as we're about to hit endgame here. Up and in for Knight to C4. That's 8 points. Red, 95, able to put some on the board, but Blue is answering back. That's a sample in the bottom zone. Those are worth 2 points apiece, just on the floor in that net zone. Endgame now in progress. We see that Knight to C4, their robot's arm resting on that lower rung, scoring them points. A last second specimen here from Power Surge, and a hang from Bay Robotics. Going to be scoring them points here as teleoperated winds to a close. Animation playing, we got the scores for 21. Sample in, analyzing, beep boop. It is the Red Alliance walking away with 2 rank points. 123 puts both of those teams now in top 8 positions as we get closer to the end of our qualification matches. Teams, now's a great time to be thinking about your alliance selection, right? Taking that scouting data, analyzing it, using it as an opportunity to decide who your partners might want to be for our playoff portion of the day.
Now let's hop back over to field 2 for qualification match number 22. On our Red Alliance, we have team 21385 Nuclear Fission. Their alliance partners, team 18571 Robo Wolves. Let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause. On the other side, we have team 16208, the Crimson Crusaders, with their alliance partner 6914, Charging Chaos. Let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause. Is everybody ready? All right, let's go ahead and dive into this match in 3, 2, 1, go. And 3 robots are off. Charging Chaos going to score in that top basket, and they are successful. Meanwhile, Robo Wolves are parking, and Nuclear Fission is going to hang a... Charging Chaos is also parked now. And all robots are stopped with 5 seconds left on the clock. And it is time to enter into our teleop period where drivers have full control over their robots.
2, 1.
And it looks like all of the robots are off to a start. Charging Chaos seems to be going for those ground samples. Meanwhile, team 16208 Crimson Crusaders are scoring in that top basket. Nuclear Fission has successfully hung a specimen on that bar. Meanwhile, team 16208 Crimson Crusaders are also picking up those yellow samples on the floor. Robo Wolves following them, picking up another yellow sample. Charging Chaos has scored yet again another sample in that top box. Their alliance partners are following them. The Red Alliance seems like they're going to hang a specimen on that bar. That will make 2. Meanwhile, Robo Wolves are going to score in that top basket, and they are successful. Charging Chaos going to score in that top net again, followed by their alliance partners. They unfortunately dropped it, and they made 1 sample into that lower bin. Nuclear Fission is going to pick up a... And they have successfully picked up their specimen to hang on that bar. Robo Wolves they have successfully hung another sample in that. The Blue Alliance is filling that bucket up. Meanwhile, on the Red Alliance, each team is doing a separate thing. Robo Wolves looks like they're going to hang. Meanwhile, team 16208 is also going to hang. Charging Chaos has successfully scored another in that top basket. And that is the end of qualification match number 22. And we have our results from qualification match number 22, and it looks like this win will go to the Blue Alliance. Congratulations, teams. The final score was 80-53. The Blue Alliance having 80 and the Red Alliance having 53. Good job, teams. Let's pass it over to Field 1 for qualification match number 23.
We are back on field number 1 for qualification match number 23. Let's meet the teams here. On the Red Alliance, put your hands together for team 4116 Volta Robotics. Their partners, team 16327 Panicking Coconuts. Across from them on blue, team 16322 Silver Storm. And rounding us out here, team 25644 Gnome Nerds on a Mission. We've got so many thumbs up. We're going to kick this off in 3, 2, 1, go. One robot from each alliance here. Oh, now a second coming to life for blue. That's Silver Storm. Trying to place that specimen for blue. Not quite able to do so. 2 specimens, though. That coordinated routine from Volta and Panicking Coconuts means 2 scored specimens, 20 points right there for your Red Alliance. Coming in away with a score of 23-0 as Autonomous expires here. These last couple of seconds going to wind down, and we see some parks coming out from these alliances.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
These all-stars are at the controls. Gnome going for those center specimens, it looks like. Actually pivoting now, going for some of those neutral ones that are already on the field. Quick and easy bait. Going up and in it, potentially, for that upper net zone. That's 8 points with that rotating, articulating arm. Their partners focusing on a different strategy. We're going to see Panicking Coconuts on red, now a 3rd specimen, while Volta going for that upper net zone, another sample deposited into there. 4 samples already from Panicking Coconuts, and another with their human player grabbed on. That clip is on there. The difference between a specimen and a sample, you'll see those black clips. Those are installed by human players. Those robots are delivering those samples to their human players who are putting on the clips, then those robots reinstalling those on scoring locations on the field. Red has a bit of an advantage, 81-16, but with a minute left, at some quick points like this specimen and net score from Blue Alliance, Gnome and Silver Storm, respectively, could be difference makers here. That sample score net for Gnome, still that specimen trying to go for Silver Storm now on the front. Meanwhile, their partners continuing work on that upper net. 91 points and 6 specimens now for Red. Quite a number of specimens as we head into our endgame period. Already going for number 7. That's again Panicking Coconuts with those specimen scores. Volta Robotics looks like maybe some connectivity issues as they're on the field but not moving. This is Blue Alliance's big break here as we head into the endgame period. The arm extended out for Gnome. They're looking to park. We do see Panicking Coconuts up hanging on that lower rung for Red as the clock winds down. Some last second contact for Gnome for your Blue Alliance. Scores in for qualification 23. Sample collected, animation playing, analyzing, beep boop. It is your Red Alliance with a score of 94 to the Blue Alliance's 32. In some of these last rounds, we do see that bumps 16-3-27 and 41-16 into those top 4 positions.
Now let's hop over to field 2 for our... This is the wrong paper. Now let's hop over to field 2 for our qualification match 24. On our red alliance, we have team 16956, the Roaring Gears. Their alliance partners are team 16208, Crimson Crusaders. Give them a big round of applause. And then across from them on our blue alliance, we have team 10829, Bay Robotics, partnered up with 6914, Charging Chaos. Go ahead and give them a big round of applause. Seems that teams are still getting settled here. And it seems that all of our teams are ready. So let's go ahead and kick this match off in 3, 2, 1, go. And we have 2 robots on the blue alliance that are on the move. One going to park in the human player zone and the other scoring in that top basket. Team 10829, Bay Robotics, is scoring their second sample in that top box. And they're going for their third, it looks like. And they were successful with their third, it looks like. Will they go for a fourth? And that is the end of
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
autonomous, and it is time to
3,
head into our
2,
teleop, where drivers
1.
have full control over their robots. And we have 2 robots off moving on the start on the blue alliance and 1 on the red alliance. The red alliance is going to score in that top basket. Bay Robotics is going to grab samples from that submersible as their partners Charging Chaos go and handle that other side where they are pushing those samples into the human player zone. It looks like they're actually grabbing a yellow off of the floor to go and score in that top basket. It looks like the Blue Alliance is working on cycling into that top basket. Team 16208, Crimson Crusaders, is also going for that top basket, and it looks like they're going to pick up a yellow sample off of that floor. Bay Robotics going to score yet again another one. They are filling that bucket up to the brim. Their partner 6914, Charging Chaos, is picking up the last blue sample to go and score into their bin, as Bay Robotics is actually scoring into their bin. Bay has been utilizing that submersible to get their samples. Charging Chaos missing a blue one, unfortunately. But did it hit the floor? Yes, it did. That is still points. Crimson Crusaders looks like they're working as a push bot. Bay Robotics scoring yet again another one. That bucket is almost full, and it sounds like we are in the end game. Crimson Crusaders is making their way over so that they can hang, it looks like. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance is still cycling. Charging Chaos going to touch that second bar. And Bay Robotics has successfully hung their robot. And that is the end of qualification match number 24. Good job, teams. And it looks like we have the results from qualification match number 24, and it looks like this one goes to the Blue Alliance. The final total scores were 172 with the Blue Alliance to 7 on the Red Alliance. Good job, teams.
All right, teams, as we get closer to our alliance selection and playoff matches, some logistics. So for alliance selection, each team needs to send one student representative to be their alliance representative for selection. That alliance selection representative should head on over to the field 1 queuing area. That's on the left side of the sanctuary here. The red one, or the field 1 queuing area, to check in with our lead queuer, make sure all the teams are good to go for our alliance selection. Meanwhile, though, we got a couple more matches to play, and I'm sensing this one's going to be a giga-banger. 3 of our top 8 teams in this match. Let's go ahead and meet them. Starting off on the Red Alliance. Make some noise for Team 9225 Dynamite Social Club. Their partners, Team 12966 Seagull Robotics. On blue, Team 19453 Night to C4. And rounding us off, Team 15382 I'm Not a Robot. We look like we're ready to rock and roll. Let's kick this off in 3, 2, 1, go. Autonomous begins. Quick moves by Red. One up in that net. One attempted specimen, not quite able to do so. Blue, meanwhile, their robot's also going for that net. It doesn't quite make it in, but it does go into that net zone for 2 points. Red not done yet, though. They've got a third sample up and in. 8 points for your Red Alliance with 10 seconds left. They might be going for a fourth. Not quite able to grab it. They're not misaligned where they want to be as autonomous expires. Red does have the advantage.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
27-2.
3, 2, 1.
Red score now out of autonomous jumping to 51. And we see Dynamite Social Club going some of those red samples, trying to get them to their human player to turn into specimens, who they've already got some specimens lined up, and that's what they're going to grab. Meanwhile, Seagull Robotics, a neutral note in tow, unfortunately bounces out of their robot, and that's an opportune time for I'm Not a Robot to pop that arm up and in. 8 points for Blue. They're on the board again, 12-77 with a minute and a half left in this match. Dynamite Social Club going for what's now their second specimen here. Another 10 points for the Red Alliance. Another sample up and in for the Seagull Robotics. That basket quickly filling up that net zone. They may have to move to the lower scoring 4-point net zone. Blue, though, Knight to C4, making their move. That arm up slowly but surely, aligning itself to get those 8 points in that upper basket. Up and in, that blue sample goes 8 points the way of Blue Alliance. Seagull Robotics making quick work of these notes, these samples in the submersible zone. They've got some in their possession while their partners right next to them pop another specimen onto those rungs. 113-28 the score as we're about to enter the end game. Look at Dynamite Social Club. That arm spinning, and they're able to realign it without having to spin their robot at all. Endgame sounds, and that basket is filling up for Seagull Robotics, so they may opt to go hang here with 20 seconds left. Blue's not done, though. They've got some catch-up work to do, and that's going to come in the form of notes from I'm Not a Robot, who are now lining up to potentially hang with 10 seconds left. A park here would also be huge for Blue as they are down 36-139. Dynamite Social Club going for one more specimen here in the last seconds as time expires. Arms extending, Red score jumping. Final score here in a moment for qualification match 25. Scores are in from that match. Let's see what the final score is as the animation analyzes. It's going to be your Red Alliance walking away with the victory. 155 unpenalized points to Blue's 47. This keeps Seagull Robotics in the #1 ranked position. Dynamite Social Club jumping into a 4th ranked picking position if they can hold on to it.
And now for the final qualification match over on the second field, we have on our Blue Alliance team 18663 Power Surge, along with their partners 25644 Nerds on a Mission. Let's go ahead and give both of those teams a big round of applause. Across from them on the Red Alliance, we have team 19927 Duke's Robotics, along with their alliance partners 18571 Robo Wolves. And it seems that everybody is ready, so let's go ahead and kick this match. Pause. And it looks like we are now ready, so let's dive into this competition in 3, 2, 1, go. And it looks like we have 4 robots on the move. All of them are trying to accomplish something. Power Surge is trying to hang a specimen. Meanwhile, their partners Gnome are scoring in that top bucket. Gnome is going to score their second sample in that top bucket. Meanwhile, across from them, Robo Wolves is parked, and Duke's Robotics has successfully scored one in that top basket. Gnome has parked, and it looks like the Crimson Crusaders are going to push into their blue.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
And that's
3,
the end of our autonomous
2,
period. It's time to
1.
dive into Teleop. And it looks like we have 4 robots on the move. Power Surge pushing samples into their human player zone. It looks like they have 4 specimens on the wall already, and they're going to grab their first one, trying to score it. Meanwhile, on the Red Alliance, Robo Wolves has successfully scored a sample in that top basket. Meanwhile, their alliance partners, Duke Robotics, looks like they're trying to go and score their sample in that top basket. The Crimson Crusaders looks like they might be lining up to get that second specimen. Meanwhile, Gnome is filling up that top basket. FTA. Crimson Crusaders Power Surge does have some troubles. Gnome has successfully scored another one in that top basket. Meanwhile, Robo Wolves are trying to retrieve a sample from the submersible. Meanwhile, their alliance, Duke's Robotics, is working as a shuffle bot, where they are shuffling samples into that little triangle to score points. Gnome is adamant about that basket, and they are currently being successful with it, doing a great job scoring samples into that top basket. Crimson Power Surge is back up and moving again, but unfortunately they still seem to be having some troubles. Robo Wolves has scored another one in that top basket. Meanwhile, Duke's Robotics is still shuffling those, and that is our end game. Let's see what teams continue to do. Gnome is balancing a sample on that edge, and they hit it in. Good job, Gnome. And it looks like Robo Wolves has successfully reached that second level ascent. Meanwhile, Gnome is parking. Power Surge is pushing samples into that little triangle, trying to score points that way. Meanwhile, Duke's Robotics is parked, and that is time. Good job, teams.
Let's see the score from qualification.
And we have our results from qualification match number 26, and it looks like we have a Blue Alliance win with the final score being so close, just off by 1 point. Our winner of the Blue Alliance has 66 points. Meanwhile, their opposing alliance only had 65. Good job, teams.
All right, teams. This is our final qualification match of the day. First off, thank you everybody for keeping us on schedule during this event. That is a huge deal. We actually made up time during the course of the event, so that's been awesome to see. Thank you all for getting your robots on and off the field expeditiously and keeping the event moving. Second, this is a reminder. Every team needs to send one student representative to the Field 1 queuing area as their alliance selection representative. Again, one student representative to the Field 1 queuing area for alliance selection. Without further ado, though, let's meet the teams in our final qualification match here at Thumb Wars. Starting us off, it's Team 16-3-27, Panicking Coconuts. Their partners, Team 24-5-89, Third Gear. Over on blue, Team 22-672, Absolute Hack. And lastly, rounding us out, Team 21-385, Nuclear Fission. We are locked and loaded. Let's kick off this match in 3, 2, 1, go! Red is off first with a specimen on that high rung. 10 points, bing, bang, boom for Panicking Coconuts. Blue, though, trying to match them. That's Nuclear Fission, a specimen of their own. If they let go of it here, they do. That's 10 points for them as we see Autonomous start to wind down. 10 seconds. Red does have a slight advantage due to a park here from the team of Panicking Coconuts. Autonomous coming to a close.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Very equally matched autonomous periods. Let's see how it looks in teleop. First team looking to strike is going to be Panicking Coconuts, or excuse me, Third Gear up and in. 8 points in that upper net area for red. A medium net score, courtesy of Absolute Hack for your Blue Alliance, starts to close this deficit here. 31-20 the score in favor of the Red Alliance. Another 8 coming in. That's again third gear. A specimen also coming in from their partners. That's Panicking Coconuts coming in, working with their human player to grab those specimens off the field wall and place them on that high rung worth 10 points each. Blue, though, trying to match them. We do see that Nuclear Fission is coming in with a specimen of their own. That long arm reaching out, trying to clip it on there. There's a bit of a clip. It is on. They've let go. Boom, in. Some samples flying out of the field from third gear, but not to be dissuaded. They're back in that submersible zone going for more samples. 55 seconds left. Red is starting to amass a lead. That's between Panicking Coconuts and third gear, each working on the rungs with specimens and net zones independently. Nuclear Fission going for a third specimen on the Blue Alliance. It's over. They're looking to hook it on and snap it off of their robot with 30 seconds. We are entering our end game period. That buzzer sounds. Teams are getting ready to climb here in this final qualification match. With 20 seconds left, we do see that most of these teams appear to be still going for those sample and specimen scoring objectives. Just as I say that, though, Panicking Coconuts, third gear is up trying to hang for the Red Alliance. Trying to hang also is Panicking Coconuts with 4 seconds. Some contact from all 4 robots, it looks like, potentially, as the teleop buzzer expires in our final qualification match of the day. And teams, as we're getting the score finalized for that last match, now is the perfect time and actually the exact time to start sending your representative over to the Field 1 queuing area for Alliance selection. Again, each team needs 1 student representative in that area to check in with our lead queuer for Alliance selection. Scores are in for our final qualification match, and coming away with the victory, it is gonna be your Red Alliance. A score of 165 to Blues 97. Fantastic by both teams here, rounding out our qualification. Teams, please send your one alliance selection representative to the queuing section of Field 1. We are still looking for the alliance selection representatives from teams 12-966 Seagull Robotics, 19-927 Dukes Robotics, 41-16 Volta Robotics, 10-829 Bay Robotics, 18-663 Power Surge, 24-589 Third Gear, 16-956 Roaring Gears, 25-644 Gnome Nerds on a Mission, and 18-571 Robo Wolves. Please send your alliance selection representative to check in over with our lead queuer. We are still looking for a student representative from team 16-956 Roaring Gears. Can the student representative from team 16-956 Roaring Gears please make their way to Field 1 queuing area for alliance selection? All right, let's get ready to begin our alliance selections. But first, what a fantastic day of qualification matches. 27 fantastic matches. Give it up for all the teams here who competed this morning. So, those qualification matches, important now as we move into our playoff portion of the competition, right? But first, with 18 teams competing here today, we need to form the 4 playoff alliances that will compete to become the Into the Deep presented by RTX winners here at Thumb Wars. Here's how we select alliances. First, we will announce the top 4 ranked teams. The first selection will begin with ranked team based on performance in the qualification matches. After the number 1 ranked team makes their selection, the next highest ranked and unpicked team will make their selection. We will continue this process until we have 4 complete alliances. Each alliance will be made up of 2 teams. The student representative from the highest ranked team on an alliance is that alliance's captain. After an alliance captain extends an invitation to join the alliance, 1 representative from the invited team will come up and either accept or decline the invitation. If a team declines an invitation to become an alliance partner, that team may not be invited to join any other alliance. However, they do not lose the right to become an alliance captain if they are in that position. Let's give an example here. Let's say the number 1 ranked team picks the number 4 ranked team and they decline. The number 4 ranked team can still be the captain of their alliance, and the number 1 team will need to pick and extend an invitation to another team. The number 4 ranked team cannot be picked by any of the other higher alliance. If the 4th ranked team accepts the invitation, the 5th highest ranked team will move into the number 4 position in that example. So how do teams pick, right? Throughout the day, teams have been scouting each other to evaluate everybody's strengths, weaknesses, and potential collaboration strategies in the playoff rounds. This is where we see teams' scouting strategies come into play as they decide who they want to partner with for the playoff rounds. Each alliance captain is looking to make the strongest possible alliance as they'll be playing the entirety of the playoff rounds with that alliance. Once we have 4 complete alliances, we will begin playoff matches, which play in a double elimination bracket. This is new this year. This is one of those things like Max was saying where they just rewrote the whole thing. This is one of those things. In a double elimination tournament, all alliances will start off in the upper bracket where they will play 1 match against another alliance. The losing team of that match will drop to the lower bracket and face a new alliance in the next round. After they have lost a second time, if you lose while you're in the lower bracket, they will be eliminated from the tournament. Remember, both members of the winning alliance receive invitations to the Wisconsin Championship. On the line here, let's meet the teams. Teams, please come on up when you hear your number, team name, and number called. Welcome to the field, your number 4 seed, team 10-8-29.
Bay Robotics from Whitefish Bay High School.
Right over there. Congratulations. Now, please welcome the number 3 seed, team 92-25.
Dynamite Social Club from Komatsu Mining Corps and Homestead High School.
Congratulations. Please welcome our number 2 seed after qualifications, team 16-327.
Panicking Coconuts from Hamilton High School.
Oh, right. Oh, yep, you're good. Oh, right here. Oh, you can scoot right here, just so we have some space. There's going to be a lot of people up here. I'm small, but other people are not. And finally, please welcome our number 1 seed after qualification matches, team 12-9-66.
Seagull Robotics from Lakeshore First Robotics.
Congratulations. Which team would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 12966 would like to graciously invite 10829 Bay Robotics.
10829 Bay Robotics. Would you like to accept or decline the invitation?
Team 10829 graciously accepts this invitation.
Fantastic. And with that, we need to bring in our next highest ranked team. Please welcome to the field Team 6914.
Charging Chaos.
All right, number 2 seed. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 16327 Panicking Coconuts would like to graciously invite Team 6914 Charging Chaos.
Do you accept or decline this invitation?
We graciously accept.
Fantastic. They're your number 2 seed. With that, we again need to bring up our next highest ranked team. Please welcome to the field Team 4116.
Volta Robotics.
All right, number 3 seed captain. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
We would graciously like to invite 4116, I think you said Volta Robotics.
Team 4116.
We graciously accept.
Fantastic. There's your number 3 seed. Once again, we're walking down here inviting the next highest ranked team. The next highest ranked team. It looks like it's Team 19927 Dukes Robotics. All right, number 4 captain, who would you like to extend an invitation to close out our number 4 seed?
Team 19927 would like to graciously invite Team 24589.
Team 24589. Would you like to accept or decline this invitation?
Team 24589 graciously accepts this invitation.
All right, fantastic. Now, teams. This is going to be an exciting tournament. We need one team representative from the alliance captain to meet with our head referee, Max over there. He's waving. You've seen him all day. We need to meet to discuss playoff-specific rules. So we are going to jump into a bit of a break here. We'll be jumping right back here at around 1 o'clock to begin our playoff matches. Alliance captain representatives, please head on over to Max. Fantastic job by all the teams here today. Oh,